Yo, yo, welcome in. I'll be getting started pretty soon. All right, hey guys, it's your boy Gaming Shack here, back at it with another live stream here. I know it's been a long time since I've streamed, but gonna do some 2026 content for the F125 game. So let's go ahead and set our rating at one higher than recommended. Give us a little challenge. Sign the contract there. How are you doing today? That's great to hear. Pardon the wait, this usually happens. I'm going to be using one of the new teams that got added to the 2026 edition. I believe that's Audi, the Audi team. I'm not entirely sure if that's yeah, it is. I just checked it. All right, let's go ahead and go to practice and get a couple laps in for now.
The long wait is over. This is it, a brand new season. And before the show gets well and truly underway, we've got the all-important matter of a free practice session. It's great to be back.
All right, let's have a quick radio check, please. Radio check.
Radio check.
Okay, me again, mate. We've made some changes to the way that ERS works this year, so you're going to have multiple modes to choose from in the race now. Have a play around with them in your MFD during the practice sessions and think about how you might use them on race day. I'll check back with you soon to chat more about it. Hey mate, go well out there. Just a reminder to use hot lap mode rather than boost mode. Hot lap should be quicker over the whole lap.
Oh shit, that is not good. I was too focused on my ERS.
Programme complete and a job well done. We got some excellent data with that run, so come on back to the garage and I can take you through the numbers. Right, let's have you in at the end of this lap, please. Okay, so from an aerodynamic perspective, the main changes are the new aero modes. Straight mode will give you less drag on the straights, and corner mode, more downforce in the corners. You can activate straight mode in designated zones that you'll see on track and on your MFD, and corner mode is automatic, so no worries there.
What an incredible practice session that was. But the fun doesn't stop here, though. Join us again as the rest of... And a warm welcome, everybody. We're here in the heart of Melbourne. It's Albert Park, and it's qualifying for the Australian Grand Prix.
Alright, let's get the show on the road.
Well, that wraps up qualifying, but don't worry. We'll be back tomorrow as we head into the Grand Prix.
Yeah, I'm not bad. It's been like over 3 months since I've streamed. Yeah, thank you, thank you. Pardon the wait. This usually happens. I've got terrible internet right now. That's probably why it's also a little jittery too. So I really do apologize. Um, I'm not sure what I'm playing in
It's
currently.
a new day,
I'm gonna
a
have to
new
check that. I
dawn,
think
a
it's in
new
like
era
medium
for
level or
Formula
something
One.
since it's been a
This is
while.
the
And
2026 World
hey,
Championship.
Superman, how's it
New
going?
regulations, new cars, new
I'm
fuels,
probably
new
gonna up it a
drivers.
bit more if
Ladies
I
and
can figure out
gentlemen,
how to do that
let's
again.
ride. So here we are at Albert Park Circuit,
But it really
3.28
means a
miles
lot that
around
I'm
with the
driving
streets
well
making for a
because I
bumpy
haven't
surface
driven
with
in like
little undulation.
a
There are
long time
14
for this
corners
game.
around the lake with the best passing opportunities coming at turn 1 and turn 3. Let's run you through the driver grid order for today's exciting race. Charles Leclerc lines up on pole position, and Andrea Kimi Antonelli completes the front row. As we continue through the rest of the grid today, we have Piastri, Verstappen, George Russell, and Norris, Hamilton, Albon, Gasly, and Nico Hulkenberg, Sainz, Behrman, Esteban Ocon, and Alonso, Lawson, Bottas, Sergio Perez, and Gabriel Bortoleto, Stroll, Hadja, Lindblad, and Franco Colapinto rounds off the grid. It's almost time for the lights to go out, so let's head down to the track where preparations are underway. And joining me in the commentary box this afternoon, the First Lady of World Motorsports, Naomi Schiff. As much as I like testing, and I do love testing, and I've really enjoyed the build-up here and all the speculation, I really want to see some action. And finally today, we get some proper action on the track.
This is always such an exciting time in the season. First of all, it's the first time they'll be racing their new cars. So that's always an exciting thing for drivers to look forward to. But also, they've had a long time off during the winter break. So it's about dusting the cobwebs off, getting the rust off of their bones, and really getting their elbows out there and having some fun.
Okay, radio check, radio check.
Radio check.
Okay, mate, this is it. New regs, new modes, new opportunity. Let's go. Mind that front wing, it's going to need replacing if it takes too much damage.
Some duct tape will work. Oh crap, maybe a little bit more than duct tape. Maybe some super glue with it?
With the new power units this year, you want to lift and coast more than you might have done before. And sometimes the fastest way around a track is not always going full throttle. Combine lift and coast into braking with boosting out of corners and see how you get on. Okay, so overtake is active. Overtake mode active. You're going to get more power from the hybrid system. You know how it works. Just use boost on the next long straight to get your way past. Okay, Nico. Piastri's behind you now. It is critical for our race that we keep them behind, please.
Yo, welcome in and thank you. How's it going?
Watch out for understeer in the wake of the car ahead. Try to get past as quickly as you can. Push, push. You've lost some time to the car behind.
Thank you. And that's great to hear, man. You got a favorite F1 team or anything like that, or perhaps maybe a favorite track?
And gap to the car in front, 1.5 seconds.
Yo, thank you so much, man. That means a lot, for real. I'm gonna be trying to get back into streaming here a lot more, because I took like a 3-month break. I don't know why.
You'll get access to the extra
But,
power when you're within a
I'm
second
gonna be
of the
streaming
car
this
ahead
game a
with
lot,
overtake mode.
definitely. Oh, that was really close. I almost took out my tire.
Oh, mate, great stuff. You hit that target. That sets us up nicely for the rest of this race. Okay, mate, this is the final lap of the race. Final lap.
Oh, hell no. Come on. Let's go. That was a little too close to comfort. Hey, third place for the first race of the season. I'll take that.
Yes, come on, we're on the podium. Good job this weekend. That's a great drive. Thank you.
Great. Good job, guys. Happy for that.
Charles Leclerc, what a drive! What a victory! He wins!
Well, they kept us guessing during preseason testing. We all wondered who
Thank
was
you,
going
thank
to be.
you. I'm going to be
And to have
streaming
them
for
drawn
quite a
out here
few
today,
hours because I'm going to be
they are
trying
the
to
ones to
knock
beat.
out
Just
the
goes to show
entire
that all the work they put in
2026
has
season
really
all in one
counted.
stream. If I don't do it all in one, I'll probably try to cut it into 2 streams. That's my goal,
And
at
it's
least.
time for that special moment for our special 3 today. The podium awaits our top 3 finishers. And that is a fabulous win. And the top step of the podium for Charles Leclerc. And with that, we wrap up another weekend of motorsport action. But with more races lined up, be sure to join us when we come back with more Formula One.
That's a good one. I'm going to have to say, like, Verstappen or maybe Norris. Verstappen is a little aggressive with his driving, though. I take that back. A little might be an understatement.
All right, give me a quick radio check, please. Radio check.
Radio check.
I wonder who's going to win the championship for this season. Not in the game, but for, like, real life.
Let's get a few laps under our belt. Okay, mate, so word on the new regs this year. When you're within a second of the car ahead, you'll get access to overtake mode. Basically, it just gives you more power and recharge allowance from the battery over the following lap. Nothing for you to do, just lock in and focus on the move. Enjoy.
You're not wrong, it kind of does. I'm gonna probably have to look it up after the stream to see who it actually is.
Okay, we can take you this lap.
Weird look for the 26 cars, but it's alright.
And if today's practice is anything to go by, we're in for an exceptional weekend of Formula One. It's sprint qualifying time, slightly shorter than the normal Grand Prix qualifying, but today will determine who starts on pole for the sprint to come.
Come on. I can do better than this. Granted, this is a midfield car, I believe.
Good job, team. One more to go.
And that's it for sprint qualifying. Plenty more coming up over the rest of the weekend, so we'll see you all tomorrow.
Um, I want to get into it, but I just haven't gotten the chance yet. Sorry if sorry if that was a message from earlier. I just didn't see it.
Welcome to today's
Terribly
sprint.
sorry.
This is shaping up to be another fantastic weekend. We start a lap here at Shanghai with the long, difficult right-handers of turns 1 and 2, the first of 16 corners that make up this 3.3-mile circuit. The incredibly long back straight provides the best passing opportunity of the lap, with speeds in excess of 200 miles per hour before we head into the braking zone of turn 14. Let's run you through the driver grid order for today's exciting sprint. A fantastic effort from Charles Leclerc yesterday, and it's put him on pole. And Lando Norris lines up alongside. Considering the rest of the grid, we have Hamilton, Hülkenberg, George Russell, and Antonelli, Piastri, Verstappen, Sainz, and Arvid Lindblad, Albon, Gasly, Esteban Ocon, and Lawson, Behrman, Bottas, Gabriel Bortoleto, and Isaac Hadjar, Alonso, Colapinto, Stroll, and Sergio Perez completes our grid. Which of these drivers will get pole position today? We'll soon find out. And alongside me here today in the commentary box, Anthony Davidson. Well, they say that a change is as good as a rest, and whilst there's not much rest on show in the sprint format today, there's definitely a change to what we're usually seeing on the track. Now, we had great fun watching them win last time out. What a great victory it was. But can they carry that into today's race?
It's the important one, isn't it, Crofty? You've done it once, can
Yeah,
you do
it
it
is.
again? But, you know, if you
I
start
think this
believing
one
in yourself
is
and the
the
confidence
2026
starts to build,
edition
that
is
inner
much more
confidence is what
accurate
you
than the
need,
frickin'
then you can
2025
carry that
edition.
through to future races, including this one, and you set that ball rolling. That's the critical thing that they're looking for here. And I believe if you've got that first race win or a win at any stage, it can start to roll with you in a good way.
Okay, radio check, radio check.
Radio check.
We don't currently have the data for that request.
No! I'm flipping that real quick. Damn, bro. And because I did that, I'm gonna take a little 4-second penalty for myself right there. And now I can get back into the game.
Okay, so you got overtake now, overtake enabled.
Hell yeah, that would have been a great save, but the end just screwed me over. I'm definitely going to be posting that as a short later on though, since I clipped it.
Okay, so with the new power units, make sure you're lifting and coasting before corners, and consider not always going full throttle. Try combining lift and coast into braking with boost out of corners.
Alright, where's the shut up button? I'm tired of him saying that. Where's the shut up button?
Copy that.
There we go. Got it. Like, no disrespect to the radio guy, but holy cow. That sign was already broken when I got there. Damn, Leclerc, you're just blocking like crazy. Come on, we're on final lap. Hell yeah. Those are usually the best times to overtake too. Come on.
Yes, mate, I'll take that. Well done. We're really happy with the podium down here, so well done. Yes!
Good job, gents. Good job.
Hell yeah, that's a podium. Whew, let's go. Now I just need to pull that off again for the final
sprint
race, which is
concluded,
unfortunately
join
going
us
to be in the
next time for
rain, which I
qualifying.
saw
And of
on
course,
the
main event,
tablet
this
board thing.
weekend's
That's going to be a
Formula
nightmare.
One Grand Prix.
So,
We'll see you next time.
ooh, I'm going to try this. I'm going to try the one in the rain from last, and I'm going to fight my way all the way to first. Yeah, I agree. And I'm going to make it a lot worse on me, too. So let's start it last to first. Now, if you want to know what's a real pure chaos, is rain in Monaco.
It's time again then for Formula One in Shanghai. Northwest of the thriving city of over 24 million people is a circuit that first featured in the championship calendar back in 2004. It played host to Formula One's 1000th Grand Prix back in 2019.
Yeah, that is so
we start
true.
a lap here at
Yeah,
Shanghai
especially
with
that
the long,
hairpin.
difficult
Oh
right-handers of
my.
turns 1 and 2. The
I've
first
been
of 16
spun around in
corners that
circles
make
with
up
that
this
hairpin
3.3-mile
several
circuit.
times.
The incredibly
Well,
long
not in
back straight
circles, but
provides the
like,
best
well, half
passing
a circle,
opportunity of the lap,
facing
with
the
speeds
wrong
in
way of the
excess of
track.
200 miles per hour
But
before we
yeah,
head into the braking zone of
Monaco is
turn
just a nightmare
14.
in general.
So with the race not far away from starting, here's what today's grid rundown looks like. Lando Norris will lead us away from pole position, and Oscar Piastri completes the front row. Looking down the rest of the grid, we have Leclerc, Hamilton, Max Verstappen, and Albon. Sainz, Russell, Lawson, and Isaac Hadjar. Alonso, Lindblad, Andrea Kimi Antonelli, and Perez. Colapinto, Behrman, Valtteri Bottas, and Lance Stroll. Bortoletto, Hulkenberg, Gasly, and Esteban Ocon lines up at the back of the grid. That's it then, it's time to go racing as we head down trackside for today's race. And alongside me in the commentary box today,
What
a man
penalty
who I
is
always
worse
look
than
up to,
skipping an
which is
entire
easier said
session?
than
What
done.
did they
Anthony
do?
Davidson. And let's
I
talk
was supposed to
momentum
get
with this
24th
driver.
place.
What a sprint it was. They
I'm not
start
going to
at
complain,
0
actually.
once again for today,
We're just
but with
going to say
a
that's
huge
a
amount of
booster.
confidence, surely. Well, they'll definitely be glad
Screw
that
it.
there's not a sprint
Okay.
race today. Let's face it, the sprint couldn't have gone much worse, but what we're looking for today is a reaction. Look, we know it's not where you start, it's where you finish, but let's talk about the start now. What's there to help the drivers get away well?
Big pressure at the start of the race, Crofty, for all of them up and down the grid, no matter where you are. But the drivers these days, they practice, practice and practice. They have rigs with them at the circuit where they can sit down with the actual steering wheel from the real car, and they've got lights that they react to. The clutch paddle is tailored around the driver's hands, around their fingers, so they can have optimum position before they start. So there's so much thought and effort that goes into getting these cars off the line.
Okay, let's have a comms check, please. Radio check.
Radio check.
The boss wants another podium finish this weekend. I know you're more than capable.
Wow, just put it right on. Wow, okay. Wow, I headbutted that sign and my partner. Oops. I'm gonna blame it on the weather. Oh, yes, I did. Oh, days. I definitely did. Totally did not just almost have a heart attack.
Okay, so managing the engine's more important than ever. Your main way to recharge will be lifting and coasting, and you don't always need to go full throttle. Try some lift and coast before braking, then use boost on corner exit to get that extra energy deployment. Brilliant, nice move, keep going.
Oops. Not sorry.
You're in the top 10 now, keep it up. Okay, Nico, picking your moments to use ERS is important, so let's try and be as consistent as possible with it, please.
Thank you. Come on. We've got 2 laps left, starting from 24th place technically, because the last 2 overtook me, and we're all the way up into 8th place, and we're at the top 10. I'd say that's hell of a win from there.
Okay, mate, so just a quick reminder, you'll get access to the extra power when you're within a second of the car ahead with overtake mode. You might experience some understeer now that you're in the wake of the car ahead. Try to get past as soon as possible.
Ooh, he tried to overtake me right in the turn by going along the outer route. That was a nice try though. Yeah, the dirty air, I gotta make sure I get past that.
Okay, unlucky, mate. That wasn't quite what we needed, but let's not worry about it.
And I
Get your
wasn't
head
able
down
to
and
use
chin
my
up.
ERS,
There's a
it's
long way to
raining.
go.
Why do you give me that goal if it's raining? Like, come on, give me a better goal. Not sure. I think it's on medium, because
Okay, you've just started
that's
the
what I
final
had
lap
it
of the
set
race.
on when my
Final lap.
fiance was over last time. Yeah, I'm gonna read that message in a sec. I'm gonna finish up this race real quick. I just wanted to let you know that so your message doesn't feel, so you don't feel like unheard or something. You know, I just like to make sure everybody feels heard. It's my little thing that I have, you know. Just need a sec, my bad. Oh, come on, can I get podium? Bruh, really? How's it going? It's been a long time.
Oh, you worked hard for that one. Congratulations. Well done.
Nice work, gents. Nice work.
And what a win for Nico
Yeah, that's a good
Hulkenberg.
idea. Once we finish this part here, I'm gonna
You
put on the
always look
BRB
back at a
screen
race like
and
this
I'm
and think,
gonna
if I'd
increase the
just
thing
made that mistake
about
there
like
or looked up
by
here, there would have
30
been
more points
contact.
maybe.
And every one of those overtakes is a moment where you have to absolutely nail it, perfect it, and that's exactly what they're able to do
Yo,
today.
thank
Great
you,
stuff
man.
indeed.
I honestly can't believe I pulled it off. I think I definitely do need to increase the difficulty for
And
sure,
once
since
all the
medium
hard
is
work is over,
too
and
easy for me.
after lap of brilliant racing, it's time now to
I just have
celebrate
it on. I just
with
had
our
it at that
podium
because she
trio.
plays the game too, and
And
she
the
was
top
over at my
step
place,
awaits
but hers
for
wasn't
Nico
working,
Hulkenberg.
so she was just using mine. Oh yeah, that means a lot. Thank you so much. And let's
Well,
change
that
that
was certainly an
um
exciting weekend of Formula
difficulty
One. Be
now.
sure to
Alrighty, we'll be right back. There we go. It was at like 43, I guess, so I put it up to 60 for now, just to see how that is.
A warm welcome, everybody, from a venue that has seen plenty of sensational laps over the years. Remember, Verstappen in 23, Vettel in 2019, some phenomenal pole laps. But whose will it be today?
Damn. That's crazy. Then again, this is a midfield team car. I could probably push to like
With
third
qualifying
place with
complete,
this
all that
position.
remains now is the main
Hopefully.
event. We'll be live and uninterrupted for the Grand Prix tomorrow, so make sure you join us then. Welcome along then to the magnificent Suzuka International Circuit, a stone's throw away from Issa Bay in the beautiful Japanese countryside. What surprises lie in wait for us today at the Japanese Grand Prix? 18 corners make up a lap of the incredible figure-of-8 Suzuka circuit, with 10 to the right and 8 to the left, for a distance of 3.6 miles. Average lap speeds around here are fairly quick. If it stays dry, then expect somewhere in the region of 136 miles per hour. Off the back of a fantastic qualifying session, it's time to see how our starting grid looks like for today's race. Oscar Piastri lines up on pole position, just ahead of George Russell, who starts this event from P2. Moving on to the rest of the grid, we have Antonelli, Leclerc, Lando Norris, and Verstappen, Hamilton, Hadjar, Albon, and Fernando Alonso, Perez, Lindblad, Pierre Gasly, and Bortoleto, Hülkenberg, Behrman, Carlos Sainz, and Esteban Ocon, Colapinto, Lawson, Bottas, and Lance Stroll brings the grid to a close. And now it's time to head down to the track. And striding into our commentary box to join us today, the man, the myth, the legend, Anthony Davidson. I know what we've got to do before the start of today's race, but what about our driver? What do the final hours look like for them?
Well, for them, you've got your pre-race rituals that you go through. You see different drivers that, some have got their headphones on, they're listening to the music. Some drivers really absorb the energy from the crowd and they're there waving to them. Other drivers, they go within themselves. They chat to their engineers, absorbing that information, that vital information that you need to carry you through the race. And, those pre-race rituals are essential to making things systematic. We do a lot of Grand Prix in a season, and the more systematic you can be, the easier you are within that environment.
Okay, radio check, radio check.
Radio check.
You're going to have to push early on if you want to have any chance of beating your results from last race. Good luck.
Oh crap, that was a little bit of contact.
Okay, so overtake mode active. We'll get some extra power from the hybrid system now. Use boost on the next long straight to get past.
Well, hello there.
Okay, overtake enabled. look out for a bit of understeer when trailing the car ahead. They're going to be giving off dirty air, which is going to affect our tyres, so try to get past. Okay, you're in the top 10. Okay, Nico, we didn't quite get what we needed out of that, I'm afraid, but don't worry about it. There's a long way to go. Chin up, and let's focus till the end. Albon behind. We want to keep them behind, please. It's critical for our race. Boost mode is available now. Gap to your teammate behind, 3.0 seconds. Keep on him, he might make a mistake. Okay, this is your final lap of the race. And that's the end of the race. We'll see you in Parc Fermé.
Yeah, come on, we need to regroup, reset. We're gonna bounce back.
And an award-winning day for Oscar Piastri as he takes the checkered flag and wins.
I mean, it looked like they were in a different category at points during the race, led every lap. I mean, what more can we say?
After an event like that, who knows what the sport has in store for us next time out? Be sure to join us once again as we continue to bring you all the excitement of Formula One.
Hey, just a quick one for me. The team are pleased that you've declined that meeting. Gold star, brownie points, etc., etc. I guess we'll see if anything else more exciting comes calling, but let's focus on our current seat for now.
I'll be right back, folks. I'm gonna go ahead and grab a drink real quick. Oh, sorry about that. I'm back. Had to get my soda.
Right, I'm afraid to say that we've had a major issue on the production line earlier this week, and the entire development package for the weekend has failed. Any redevelopments will need to be ordered from the R&D screen.
The original desert destination, Bahrain, awaits us, as does a weekend of action. Plenty for the teams and drivers to get to grips with during practice.
Radio check, please. Radio check.
Radio check.
I've had a chat with the R&D team about the new parts, and we're happy that they've been integrated into the car okay. With any luck, you'll be able to feel the improvement, so go and give them a try. Don't push the car just yet. Track is still green. Try to take it easy for the first couple of laps. Okay, so looking ahead to quali, you should be using hot lap engine mode for most of the lap, not boost. It's going to work out quicker in the long run. The car behind is Lawson. Okay, test complete, and that was a really good job indeed. We got a lot of valuable information out of that. Well done. Understood. Stopping this lap. Okay, mate, so plenty of changes this year. In terms of the engine, you've now got overtake mode. It's a boosted battery mode that'll kick in automatically when you're within a second of the car ahead to give you more power over the following lap, so you can get that overtake done. And don't worry about draining the battery, you can recharge more accordingly.
And that's it. Practice is officially over. Until next time, goodbye. Well, as the sun goes down, the speeds go up. It's almost time to get underway for this shootout for the fastest time and the best possible grid position for tomorrow's race. Let's get on with it. It's qualifying for the Bahrain Grand Prix.
Clean. Hose clean.
Goodbye for now then, but really we're just getting started. Make sure to join us again for Lights Out tomorrow. It's race day, it's Sakir under the lights, and it's lovely to have you with us for the Bahrain Grand Prix. We go racing today around the 3.36 miles of the magnificent Bahrain International Circuit, with 15 corners and 2 good passing opportunities into turns 1 and 4. Keep an eye out for drivers locking the front left tyre into the tricky braking zone of turn 10. It's time to take a look at our starting grid for today's race. Oscar Piastri lines up on pole position, edging out Max Verstappen, who'll start from P2. Looking at the rest of today's grid, we have Hülkenberg, Norris, George Russell and Leclerc, Antonelli, Gasly, Hamilton and Fernando Alonso, Hadjar, Behrman, Sergio Perez and Colapinto, Sainz, Albon, Lance Stroll and Esteban Ocon, Bottas, Lawson, Lindblad and Gabriel Bortoleto rounds off the grid. With preparations almost complete, let's head down to the track. And alongside me today is a man who needs no introduction, but I'll try anyway. It's Ant Davidson. I know what we've got to do before the start of today's race, but what about our driver? What do the final hours look like for them?
Well, for them, you've got your pre-race rituals that you go through. You see different drivers that, some have got their headphones on, they're listening to the music. Some drivers really absorb the energy from the crowd and they're there waving to them. Other drivers, they go within themselves. They chat to their engineers, absorbing that information, that vital information that you need to carry you through the race. And, those pre-race rituals are essential to making things systematic. We do a lot of Grand Prix in a season, and the more systematic you can be, the easier you are within that environment.
OK, mate. Radio check, please. Radio check.
Radio check.
Okay, so overtake is active. Overtake mode active. You're going to get more power from the hybrid system. You know how it works. Just use boost on the next long straight to get your way past. Okay, overtake enabled. Okay, Nico, we've got some clear track around us now, so let's use it and make this next lap a quick one. Let's go. Oh, great stuff. You hit that target. Really good job. Okay, final lap. Let's go. Final lap. Oh, you worked hard for that one. Congratulations. Well done.
Good job, gents. Good job.
Nico Hulkenberg sees the checkered flag and wins today.
Well, another race victory today, and you can clearly see they're starting to believe in themselves more and more. You get to a stage, Crofty, where you become very hard to beat as a driver when you keep putting in performances like this one.
It's time for our podium celebrations. And as ever in Formula One, 3 is the magic number. And making the others green with envy, it's victory for the Hulk. Nico Hulkenberg on the top. It's been an absolutely wild weekend of Formula One action, and I can't wait to see what's next.
Red Hot Speed by the Red Sea. Welcome everybody to Saudi Arabia. It's practice here today at the Jeddah Corniche Street Circuit.
Radio check, radio check.
Radio check.
There'll be a lack of rubber out on track, so take it easy for the first couple of laps. Okay, as you know, another part of the new regs is boost mode. Don't forget to use it to make the most of that hybrid power. Okay, you know I love a tyre management programme, so I've got some changes to call out this year. Temperature now plays an even more important role in tyre wear, so keep checking tyre temps in your MFD and try to keep them green to look after them. Okay, be careful with the front wing, you've taken some minor damage. Confirmed, we'll receive you at the end of this lap. We didn't really get the data we needed on that run. You might want to give it another go. We've had to spend time repairing the damage to the car.
Sadly, it's time to say goodbye as free practice is over. However, we'll be back shortly for more Formula One action. Welcome to the Jeddah Corniche, one of the fastest circuits on the calendar. But let's see who will be fastest of them all. We're about to set the grid for the Saudi Arabian Grand Prix. Yes, It's qualifying. With qualifying wrapped up now, we have our grid lineup for the big race tomorrow. Be sure to join us then for what will no doubt be a fantastic race. Good morning, good afternoon, or for us, good evening, as we're under the night lights of Jeddah. The floodlights are on and so is the pressure here at the Saudi Arabian Grand Prix. So let's take a look at the topographical map of the Jeddah Street Circuit. As you can see, a number of challenging corners for the drivers to master here. We'll see just how much the teams have benefited from their time spent in practice this weekend. And like many street circuits, this track has the potential to punish drivers that get it wrong. Let's hope we avoid any safety cars today. Before we begin, let's take a quick look at the grid lineup for today's race. Andrea Kimi Antonelli lines up on pole position, edging out Lando Norris, who'll start from P2. As we continue through the rest of the grid today, we have Verstappen, Russell, Oscar Piastri and Sainz, Hamilton, Hadjar, Leclerc and Pierre Gasly, Hülkenberg, Ocon, Sergio Perez and Albon, Colapinto, Bortoleto, Valtteri Bottas and Arvid Lindblad, Behrman, Alonso, Lawson and Lance Stroll brings the grid to a close. Now it's almost time for lights out, so let's go down to the track. And alongside me today, a man small in stature but big on comment, Anthony Davidson. Hello. I know what we've got to do before the start of today's race, but what about our driver? What do the final hours look like for them?
Well, for them, you've got your pre-race rituals that you go through. You see different drivers that, some have got their headphones on, they're listening to the music. Some drivers really absorb the energy from the crowd and they're there waving to them. Other drivers, they go within themselves. They chat to their engineers, absorbing that information, that vital information that you need to carry you through the race. And, those pre-race rituals are essential to making things systematic. We do a lot of Grand Prix in a season, and the more systematic you can be, the easier you are within that environment.
Okay, give me a quick radio check, please. Radio check.
Radio check.
Okay, here we go. I know what you can do. Don't let me down. Mind that front wing, it's going to need replacing if it takes too much damage. Okay, listen, don't worry about it, mate. It can happen to the best of us. Now look, I've put a new strategy option for you in the MFD, so go and have a look. Copy. Overtake mode active. Overtake active. You've got more power now from the hybrid system. Use boost on the next long straight to get past. Okay, go, go, go! Your late turn-in meant we had a slower than planned pit stop, I'm afraid. Okay, overtake enabled, overtake enabled. Okay, Nico, any more front wing damage and it's going to really cost us. So please, let's protect it and bring the car home. That wasn't quite what we needed, I'm afraid, but listen, don't worry about it. It's a long way to go, so let's just focus until the end. Great work. That's a new fastest lap of the race. Okay, take it easy on the car. We can't sustain this level of damage. Final lap, final lap. Push, push.
That was disappointing.
Okay,
Dang.
pick up rubber and bring it home.
Yeah, cheers. Still good fun anyway somehow, even though nothing came from it.
This has been absolutely magnificent. Victory today for Andrea Kimi Antonelli.
They led from lights out to the flag at the end, and their race victory was never in doubt, was it? Brilliant stuff by them.
There's room for 3 on their podium, but only ever 1 right at the top. Let the celebrations begin. A young man with a big future, today's a winner. Well done, Kimi Antonelli. Well, what an end to another fantastic weekend of racing. Thanks to everyone who joined us, and we'll see you for the next one.
Hey, me again. Been chatting with some of the team higher-ups, and they're delighted with the loyalty you're showing to the team and the project. Now's a good time to ask for a bonus, or a boat, or whatever it is you people get up to out of the car.
It's a sprint weekend here at the track, and before we can go racing, we need to go qualifying. Who will be on pole for the sprint to come? We're about to find out. And that's it for sprint qualifying. Plenty more coming up over the rest of the weekend. So we'll see you all tomorrow. Well, the weather is not looking good today. We're expecting the downpours to continue into today's sprint, and this will make for some very tricky conditions for all the teams. Well, it's certainly not sunny here in the Sunshine State. A lap of the Miami Grand Prix features 19 corners and 3.36 miles of track around the Hard Rock Stadium. But these conditions should prove especially difficult for all of our drivers today. Off the back of a fantastic qualifying session, it's time to see how our starting grid looks for today's sprint. What a qualifying yesterday for George Russell. He'll start today's race from pole position. And Lando Norris lines up alongside. Considering the rest of the grid, we have Hamilton, Antonelli, Oscar Piastri and Leclerc, Gasly, Verstappen, Hadjar and Carlos Sainz, Lawson, Hülkenberg, Fernando Alonso and Albon, Perez, Colapinto, Ollie Behrman and Esteban Ocon, Bottas, Stroll, Bortoletto and Arvid Lindblad rounds off the grid. And with preparations almost complete, let's head trackside for today's sprint. And alongside me today, former Formula One driver and former world champion too. See, told you I'll give you a big intro. Anthony Davidson, hello. Well, they say that a change is as good as a rest, and whilst there's not much rest on show in the sprint format today, there's definitely a change to what we're usually seeing on the track. Now, you're the racing driver in this partnership, so tell us about this racing driver. Put us in their shoes. How are they going to be feeling?
Well, you've got to be prepared, Crofty. Before you even step foot inside the car, you've got to know, you've got to have a pre-race game plan. You've watched videos before you get into the car of previous races gone by. You know where you have to place your car if X, Y or Z happens in front of you or behind you. So having this clear game plan is absolutely essential before you get in the car.
All right, let's have a quick radio check, please. Radio check.
Radio check.
Okay, here we go. I know what you can do. Don't let me down. Mind that front wing, it's going to need replacing if it takes too much damage. There's a new strategy available on the MFD. Confirmed.
Okay, we're gonna redo that. Sorry. I'll back.
Okay, radio check, radio
Make
check.
sure that like 3
Radio
people
check.
pass me just because I did that.
Okay.
Oh my god, bro.
All right, give me a quick radio check, please.
Last
Radio
time.
check.
Radio check. Don't worry about the spin, let's just get back up to speed.
That was ridiculous. I want to see that. That's crazy. Damn.
Okay, so overtake mode active. We'll get some extra power from the hybrid system now. Use boost on the next long straight to get past. Okay, overtake enabled, overtake enabled. Right, you've got boost mode available now. Use it if you want to. Good job, that was the fastest lap of the race so far. Looks like we're running on a dry track soon. Back to dry shortly.
What do you mean? It looks like the track is getting wet. Having a harder time freaking driving. What is this guy on? Okay, so we're leading our teammate by 16.5 seconds.
No need to worry about the tyre condition for now, everything's looking good. Great work, that's a new fastest lap of the race.
Oh, that would have been bad. Still is bad, but not as bad as I thought it was.
Yes, and that's a podium. Excellent drive. The whole team have worked especially hard this weekend, and that, my friend, is a fantastic reward. Well done.
Thank you. Good job.
Well, that's an end to the sprint action. Next up, we'll set the grid for the Grand Prix. So we'll see you next time. Welcome back to Miami and welcome to qualifying. Only raw speed will separate these drivers today, but the question is, who's got what it takes to get pole?
We're gonna start from last and work all the way up to first. Formula One has arrived in the Sunshine State for spectacular sunsets, gentle breezes, warm waters, and for what will be a fantastic race day here at the Miami International Autodrome. Sitting at the southeastern coast of Florida, the Miami International Autodrome has 19 corners and 3.36 miles of racing. It's a circuit designed to encourage close racing while meeting the highest safety standards. Either way, I'm sure it's one that will please the fans. It's time to see how our drivers are stacking up after yesterday's exciting qualifying session.
Andrea Kimi Antonelli lines up on pole position, with Charles Leclerc alongside. Looking down the rest of the grid, we have Verstappen, Russell, and Sir Lewis Hamilton, and Gasly, Hadjar, Sainz, Norris, and Oscar Piastri, Ocon, Lindblad, Valtteri
I'll be right back,
Bottas,
folks.
and Alonso, Lawson, Colapinto, Gabriel Bortoleto, and Alex Albon, Perez, Behrman, Stroll, and Nico Hulkenberg rounds off the grid. And with lights out just moments away, it's time to go down to the track. And alongside me, a man, well, what more can I say? But he's a legend, Anthony Davidson. And let's talk momentum with this driver. What a sprint it was. They start at 0 once again for today, but with a huge amount of confidence, surely. Well, they'll definitely be glad that there's not a sprint race today. Let's face it, the sprint couldn't have gone much worse, but what we're looking for today is a reaction. So we're getting close to the start of the race. What will this driver be experiencing? Big nerves? Big excitement? What?
Always extra nerves at the start of the race, Scruffy. It's probably at the start of the race, it's where your heart rate's at its highest in anticipation. And you've got to be in the right mindset. You've got to be thinking there inside the car, what can go right? How can I be opportunistic rather than what can go wrong? And how do I protect my position? Look forward and stay positive. It's easy to say, very hard to do when you're in that position.
Okay, radio check, radio check.
Radio check.
Right, back of the grid. I mean, there is literally only one direction we can go from here, so try and move forward and see if we can get something out of it. Okay, let's have a comms check, please. Radio check.
Radio check.
Okay, so overtake is active. Overtake mode active. You're going to get more power from the hybrid system. You know how it works. Just use boost on the next long straight to get your way past. Okay, overtake enabled, overtake enabled.
Bruh, how is that my fault?
Boost mode is available now. Good job, that was the fastest lap of the race so far. Great manoeuvre, you made it look so easy. That was the fastest lap of the race. Keep this up. Well done. Tyre condition still looking good. Gap to your teammate behind, 19.1 seconds. Come on, you can win that place back. Okay, mate, we might need to look at a new... Approaching the pit window now, and you're going to be on hards next time. Right, let's not stay behind this car for too long. We need to get past. Okay, Nico, and Verstappen's behind. We want to keep them behind, please. This is super critical for our strategy. Push now, we're boxing this lap. Okay, so we're leading our teammate by 27.2 seconds. Okay, pit in this lap and remember the speed limit. We'll be penalised if we exceed it. Keep that in mind as you approach. Okay, don't worry about that target for now. Let's just focus on this pit stop. Okay, let's go now. Come on. That was a fantastic stop, faster than we were expecting. Okay, we've got a full course caution. The safety car's out. Keep... Okay, radio check, radio check.
Radio check.
Shoot, my bad,
Okay,
guys.
this is gonna take
I had
a
an issue
monumental
with my
effort from you.
controller.
I need you
It
to push
disconnected.
incredibly hard if we're going to get a good result today. Let's go and make it happen. Okay, so you've got overtake now, overtake enabled. Okay, so overtake is active. Overtake mode active. You're going to get more power from the hybrid system. You know how it works. Just use boost on the next long straight to get your way past. Brilliant, nice move, keep going. Right, you've got boost mode available now. Use it if you want to. Okay, so gap to the car ahead, 1.9 seconds. No tyre concerns at the moment, just focus on the driving. Okay, the safety car is out. Safety car is out. We need to form up at reduced pace. Keep a close eye on that delta time. Make sure to keep it positive. With the safety car out, this is a good opportunity to pit. We'll be a bit longer than planned on the next tyres, but we can make it work. Just remember, we'll probably lose track position.
Wait, what just even happened?
Got that, confirmed. You're approaching the safety car, you're leading, so don't
Oh my
pass it.
god, that's
Stay behind the
actually
safety
cool.
car.
There's a real safety car.
Gabriel coming in for his stop now. Okay, Gabriel's in the pits. Gabriel is in the pits now. Right, let's pick up the pace a touch, please. We need to close to within 10 car lengths of the car ahead. Okay, let's catch up to the field a bit. We're dropping too far back. Remember, we need to stay within 10 car lengths of the next car. Car behind you's just come in for the hard tyres. Car behind running hard tyres. Okay, pit in this lap and remember the speed limit. We'll be penalised if we exceed it. Keep that in mind as you approach.
Actually, no, I'm gonna go back out and follow this guy.
Okay, we're coming up to the safety car now. Do not pass it. You are the leader. Follow the safety car. Right, let's pick up the pace a touch, please. We need to close to within 10 car lengths of the car ahead.
Jeez, that safety car is fast.
Okay, the safety car's coming in this lap. We'll be pacing the field in sector 3. Make sure to respect the delta until the safety car's into the pit lane. Okay, clear. Nice work, mate. That brings you up a place. Let's go, come on! That stop was slower than we ideally wanted to see. Up to speed now, let's get some heat into those tyres. Okay, Nico, I know you've had a couple of offs, but it doesn't matter. Let's get your head down and focus on keeping the next few laps well within the white lines, please. Catching the car ahead, well done, but be aware these tyres need to get us to the end of this race. Okay, no issues with tyre wear for now. Keep taking care of them. Right, I'm afraid we didn't quite meet our targets there, but don't worry about it. Get your head down and chin up, and let's focus on the rest of this race. Okay, so that's boost mode available if you need it. P10, you're currently in P10. Okay, gap to leader, 13.0 seconds. Okay, Piastri just ahead. Push hard, push hard. Okay, the gap is less than a second. Lindblad's behind you. That was our last stop. No more scheduled pit stops. Let's go. 9 laps to go. Okay, keep an eye on that gap ahead, please. 3.7 seconds. great manoeuvre. You made it look so easy. Gap to your teammate behind, 11.5 seconds. Okay, Nico, we're not using as much fuel as we need to, so let's burn through some more now so that we're not too heavy at the end of the race. No need to worry about the tyre condition for now, everything's looking good.
What in the mother...
Struggle for words. So sorry about that.
Okay, so we're leading our teammate by 28.0 seconds. Okay, mate, we didn't get what we needed there, I'm afraid. But head down, chin up, and let's focus on the rest of the race. Okay, mate, final lap. Keep your concentration and let's bring it home. Boost mode is available now. Oh, you worked hard for that one. Congratulations, well done.
Nice work, gents. Nice work.
Turning the rest green with envy. Here comes the Hulk. To the checkered flag. Hulkenberg wins.
They had to be decisive with their overtaking today as they worked their way through the field. And those kind of race victories are so enjoyable because it's not just like winning from the front. They really had to work for it today.
Only 3 can take to the podium, and here they come. And the top step awaits for Nico Hulkenberg. And with that, we wrap up another weekend of motorsport action. But with more races lined up, be sure to join us when we come back with more Formula One.
It seems as if you have a new rival. This is the perfect opportunity to show the world why you belong in this sport, and to show me why you belong amongst my very exclusive clientele. That's a joke. I love working with you.
Okay, all the new parts have been fabricated and we're going to have them with us for the next Grand Prix.
It's fast and it's furious and it's sprint qualifying, slightly shorter than the Grand Prix format, but time to see who's going to be on pole for our sprint to come.
Yes, excellent lap. We're all very, very pleased with that one. Nice work. Come on, I'll see you back in the pits.
And that's it for sprint qualifying. Plenty more coming up over the rest of the weekend, so we'll see you all tomorrow.
Terribly sorry, y'all. Had to go use the restroom, but I'm back now.
So it's all about speed in today's sprint. Not very many laps and no chance to get ahead on strategy. Who here today has the raw skill to take them to the top? If you want flat-out racing, you've come to the right place this weekend, as it's full throttle for 59% of this 2.7-mile circuit, peaking at around 210 miles per hour going into the final chicane. But that speed requires discipline, and there are more than a few close walls here just waiting to punish drivers with a heavy right foot. Let's run you through the driver grid order for today's exciting sprint. Nico Hülkenberg lines up on pole position, and Max Verstappen lines up alongside. Moving on to the rest of the grid, we have Leclerc, Hadjar, Oscar Piastri, and Norris. Hamilton, Antonelli, Colapinto, and Carlos Sainz. Gasly, Russell, Alex Albon, and Ocon. Lindblad, Lawson, Gabriel Bortoleto, and Fernando Alonso. Perez, Stroll, Behrman, and Valtteri Bottas begins the race from the back of the grid. Which of these drivers will get pole position today? We'll soon find out. And alongside me in the commentary box today, former racing driver herself, Naomi Schiff. Well, they say that a change is as good as a rest, and whilst there's not much rest on show in the sprint format today, there's definitely a change to what we're usually seeing on the track. Oh, Canada. Oh, Canada. What a track this is, and what a challenge for the drivers this weekend. Long straights, heavy braking zones, and a very green surface to start with.
This happens to be one of the drivers' favourites. It is a low downforce circuit that is fast and flowing, but it is also demanding on the brakes. And be careful, because let's not forget the Wall of Champions that catches out so many.
Radio check, please. Radio check.
Radio check.
Oh. Overtake mode active. Overtake active. You've got more power now from the hybrid system. Use boost on the next long straight to get past. Okay, overtake enabled. Brilliant, nice move, keep going. Great work, that's a new fastest lap of the race. Gap to your teammate behind, 16.7 seconds. There's a new strategy available. Tyre condition still looking good. Okay, mate, boost mode if you need it. Boost mode if you need it. The car behind is dropping back by about 0.3 a lap. Well done. Okay, mate, this is the final lap of the race. Final lap. Yes, yes, come on, we're on the podium. Good job this weekend. That's a great drive. Thank you.
Good job, gents. Good job.
So that wraps up the sprint race, but there's still more action yet to come this weekend. We've got qualifying and, of course, the Grand Prix. Here in Montreal, Lights Out is quickly approaching on this artificial island originally built for the World Fair in 1967. Now it's used for a World's Fair of a different kind, ever since Formula One first arrived here. We're back in Montreal for the Canadian Grand Prix. We'll be seeing top speeds of around 210 miles per hour here at the Circuit Gilles Villeneuve, with around two-thirds of the lap taken at full throttle. High-speed chicanes spell potential danger, especially at the infamous Wall of Champions, and watch out for overtaking into the hairpin and that final chicane. Let's run you through the driver grid order for today's exciting race. Lewis Hamilton lines up on pole position, and it's Charles Leclerc in P2. Looking at the rest of today's grid, we have Antonelli, Russell, Carlos Sainz, and Albon, Ocon, Norris, Piastri, and Max Verstappen, Behrman, Bortoletto, Sergio Perez, and Hadjar, Alonso, Stroll, Pierre Gasly, and Liam Lawson, Colapinto, Lindblad, Bottas, and Nico Hulkenberg rounds off the grid. Which of these talented drivers will come out on top today? And alongside me, bringing glamour and expertise to our commentary today, Naomi Schiff. Oh, Canada. Oh, Canada. What a track this is. And what a challenge for the drivers this weekend. Long straights, heavy braking zones, and a very green surface to start with.
This happens to be one of the drivers' favorites. It is a low downforce circuit that is fast and flowing, but it is also demanding on the brakes. And be careful, because let's not forget the Wall of Champions that catches out so many.
Okay, mate, radio check, please. Radio check.
Radio check.
Okay, mate, I know it's not a great position to be starting on the grid, and it also puts us slap bang in the middle of the danger zone where risk is high. So be careful, pick your battles, and let's see if we can pick a few positions off along the way. Okay, so overtake mode active. We'll get some extra power from the hybrid system now. Use boost on the next long straight to get past. Okay, overtake enabled. Okay, so that's boost mode available if you need it. Good job, that was the fastest lap of the race so far. Okay, clear. Caution, caution. Someone's come off ahead of you. There's a yellow flag ahead. You're increasing the gap to the car behind by a few seconds per lap. Keep it up. No tyre concerns at the moment, just focus on the driving. Okay, be careful with the front wing, you've taken some minor damage.
Alrighty, I'm gonna probably cut it here. I've been live for like 5.5 hours.
Okay, take it easy
I'm
on the
gonna
car.
start
We
up
can't
another
sustain
live
this
stream
level of
probably
damage.
later on today. Just gonna get me some breakfast real quick, probably. Then probably start another live after that. But anyways, thank you guys so much to everybody who stopped by for even a few minutes to watch today's stream. But I'm gonna rename this after I end the stream to Quarter 1, basically, for the 2026 season, and I'll start working on Quarter 2 season next. Well, Quarter 2 for this season next in the next stream, but anyways, take care, y'all. Please. Let's crash into the wall here. Peace, yeah.
Wow, lost for words. Absolutely lost for words here.